that seem a little dark? I have these flip forward, that might be doing it. Hello! Welcome to the stream. And JJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 5348 to 53 months here. I appreciate that. All right. Today we're doing more IBM stuff, but also not, which is kind of fun. I am going to record this because I might try and edit this into a video, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, today we're doing nothing. This is one of those areas where the distinctions matter. We're doing nothing electronic, but we are doing something electric. So, hope you guys are having a good day. I'm really curious about how this is going to work out. I do have some theories now, because supposedly this doesn't work. So we'll see what happens. Nice machine of the international business, kind of. We'll get into that. Let me clear out a couple of things. There we go. Okay. No semiconductors involved. Yeah, well, it's more that that's a specific designation that typewriter enthusiasts use. So electric basically means there's a motor. Electronic means that there is a CPU between the keys and the hammers.
CHEER 100 end of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Keep thinking about buying one of these old IBM typewriters off Marketplace, pass up one or two because they were inconvenient to get to. There is nothing that will ever be convenient about these, trust me. If you do go for one, go for a Model B. And if you really can, get a Model B Executive Carbon. That would be ideal. So I have the Model B Executive Film, which means that it takes a proprietary irreplaceable film ribbon that goes on the sides. It looks awesome because it looks like Princess Leia with the buns on the side, but I will literally never be able to get more ribbon for it unless I buy another typewriter and scrap it just for the ribbon. So yeah, Model B Executive Carbon. That's the combination. I don't know if executive and carbon are actually possible though, so that's a different thing. Executive, by the way, means it has proportional type spacing, which is, oh, so cool. All right. Old IBM typewriter? Yes, the IBM in quotes is important. So that seems like a pretty big issue. Yeah, it's kind of a problem. All right, there it is. Isn't that thing glorious? I'm gonna have to reiterate this when I actually record the intro here. You know what, how about I just record the intro right now and I can explain it all in one go. So let's just do this. There is to audio, I see it. No, there's audio. I don't believe you. There is absolutely audio. Back? Yeah, that's what I thought. Just rebuild the ribbon for Ribbon Factory for a new ribbon. Yeah, audio flake for a while. Okay, there's a chance that when I change scenes, it accidentally re-triggered the 10-second silence. That is possible. So, my bad. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to record the intro so that I can explain everything to you all in one go. Since I did kind of cover this. Oh, that's... I didn't notice that yesterday. Okay, that's important. Hopefully a thing didn't just break. Anyway, yeah. So we'll cover... I want to cover the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Let's do it. All right. Because I don't trust you all. Hello there. Today we are taking a look at an IBM typewriter. Except it isn't. This is an IBM Electromatic, or an IBM Model 01. This is potentially the first consumer product that IBM ever sold. This only exists because they bought out the Electromatic typewriter company and just rebadged their typewriters to sell. Now, I don't know exactly which generation of 01 I have here. This could be an 01 to an 07. I think it's a little early because it still says Electromatic on it, but it is broken, and today I want to try and fix it to get it working. I was told by the previous owner that the hammers don't move, but that the motor spins. So we're going to tear into this thing and see what may be wrong with it and if I can fix it. Because if I can, sorry, coffee. Because if I can, this is the oldest IBM hardware I will ever be able to get my hands on. All right, there we go. Boom. One intro done, recorded. Okay. You have to go now. Be back to ask questions covered by your intro in a few hours. Yeah. This come from Germany? No. This is all American design. That's why there's so much metal wasted. All right. So. Now, perhaps a brief explanation of what I mean by this is just a rebadge from the IBM would help. The Electromatic typewriter company got a patent actually for this right here, which is a power advance for the Platinum. And with that, they designed and manufactured this set of typewriters to utilize that. The first typewriters they made were sold to Remington under their brand to be The first typewriters they made were created for Remington and sold under their brand. But then when Remington didn't want to sign a contract to continue production, the Electromatic typewriter company just sold out their assets to IBM entirely. So that's how IBM ended up with a complete turnkey typewriter chassis that they just put their name on and went off to the races. Now, these would go on to be modified into the Model A, Model B, Model C, Model D, and then IBM would scrap this and create this Electric, which would, maybe be slightly successful. But this was the progenitor of all of that. Arguably even the PC computer revolution, which is kind of crazy. But this is a typewriter and it's very basic. It just has a single electric motor back here and everything else is mechanical linkages. So we have some work to do to figure out which mechanical linkages are not operating correctly. So for example here, the G key can move up and down a little bit, but the H key moves up and down a whole lot less. I think this one's jammed. So there's things like that that I need to go through and figure out what are wrong. There we go. Great War Volume 2. Yeah. I don't want to hear it, Majenko. Nuh-uh. Shut up. All right. Where's the blanket? You can't point stuff out like that live. Literally, there's no reason because I don't know what I said because it's not scripted, and then I would just have to go back and redo the whole thing, and that's obviously not happening. All right, the first thing I want to do here is flip this over so we can take a look at the bottom because I have snuck a peek at this, and it's actually in really good shape. I'm not sure how to flip this over most elegantly, though. So on the right side, we have this, which would come off with a few screws. Maybe that's the play, because on the other side, we have the power cable, which is grommeted, but I don't really want to squish it. Although this is a lot flatter. Okay, we'll put it on this side. I'll push the carriage over, but There's actually a problem I just noticed with the carriage too, so I want to be aware of that. This is a fabric belt here, which advances the carriage, and I noticed that when I pull the carriage back, it has some slack. So there's probably a take-up spool under this cover, which can, again, be removed with a few screws, that I should take a look at. It might be a spring or something that is, like, stuck. Maybe someone oiled it with the wrong kind of oil. All right, let's try putting it on its side, see how it goes. All right. That'll work. Now, from the top, it looked really dirty on the key basket, but from the bottom, everything actually looks pretty fantastic. I mean, there's a couple of weird things that got onto there, but everything here looks pretty clean, and I'm excited about that. Let's deal with that. Is that the... That might be the take-up for that fabric thing. Brain. So that's good to know. Okay. So, all right, I was wondering about this. So here we have the motor, which we can see the motor is a General Electric. We have a model, and then is there a serial number on here? No. There's some patents. I will look up those patents in post to get an idea of what year this might be, because that might be the only thing I can use to identify this exactly. Although you can see right here, there is a threaded portion. There might supposed to be a plate that goes on the bottom. I'm not sure, so I might be missing a pretty substantial part. Matter of fact, no, those are separate parts. I thought this might have been painted here and then not painted there. I don't know. I would not be surprised if there's supposed to be a metal plate that goes on the bottom. Anyway, this assembly here is one area of particular interest to me. So the motor's drive shaft goes into this coupler hose, which I assume is for like anti-backlash and other isolation. It's kind of crimped on. This side does not look particularly good, but you can see that it spins this second platen on the bottom. This thing's from 1935. It's not a bottom feed tractor printer. That's not what this is. My best guess is that these are the hammers that drive, or maybe, hold on, let me rephrase that. My best guess is that these are some kind of hammer driver mechanism, and it seems like this one maybe has been stuck on there for a little while, but that these catch on this second platen, and then those strike the hammers up. See all the springs back there. That is extremely satisfying to pet. But that this would be spinning all of the time, and then when these get moved onto it, they should grab on and then strike. So it's possible that this is jammed. I really, really don't like the parts that apparently were wearing on here for a while. That makes me nervous that these might be weak after this. But I think we need to find all of the parts of this that are touching and then try and loosen them to see if maybe that can unjam it. I think they have a guide for this. Yeah, I could not find any information on repair guides or anything. I definitely do not want to put power to this before this issue is resolved. I'm really nervous about these three things here in particular. I can see that we've had an 8-legged friend in here at some point. Not super concerned about that. Looks like he moved out a long time ago. All right, one thing. Ooh. There are a couple of things. That's not ideal. I really don't like what I'm seeing here, actually. That's a problem. So that is one spring disconnected on one side and hanging down, and I believe here is a missing spring. Maybe if I'm lucky, that's it, sitting over there. I doubt that I'm that lucky, though. Ooh. That is bad. All right, before I worry, hold on, let me do that. Paging Philip, yeah, for Philip, the one who somehow manages to recreate those, yeah, that's unbelievably impressive. All right, before we get any further along, I want to remove this cover, see what's going on under there. Because the fabric drive belt is very loose, and I really don't want to damage it. Are there any fasteners on the bottom? No, there's a alignment peg, though. I think that backside is fully loose, so once this is out of the way, I believe this, yes, will just pop off. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so that is springy, but not very springy anymore. So I think we could do some improvements there. I don't know quite why it has a linkage, though. It seems to be related to the drive platen, I'm going to call it. So, This is a very complicated piece. So there's a part up here that can push down on this. We have some springs here and then a rubber part there. My guess is that, yeah, the rubber is a clutch and it presses down on that to engage with the platen down below, yes. So that does maybe power return or something. So it free spins without force being applied here. So I do need to be very careful of that. That fabric belt is in pretty bad shape. Hopefully this doesn't put too much force on it. This, though, it does not spin very freely. It definitely is spring tensioned. I think there's a little clock spring up here. So what I think I might want to do is try and lubricate through here just to see if I can get this to loosen up a little bit. There's my 3-in-1 oil bottle. It's a slipper clutch, yeah. Okay. Not sure where I can get this in there. Does seem like just up here generally, so I'm going to try starting here. See where that gets me. Removing this does not seem fun, to be clear, because it will involve removing the linkages for this push arm. Yeah, it does not seem to be translating down. Okay, let me see if I can find... I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but perhaps if I put it upside down and I put it directly in this gap, that might work. What are the dangers of putting this upside down? You know what, let me grab a giant piece of foam to put it on to soften anything. Did I get rid of all my foam? I've been cleaning up a lot. And I might have put it all in the van because I like to use it for packing stuff. Oh, here's some. Oh, here's more. Okay, there's some really good pieces here. Stop recording for a moment. Time to build Fort Typewriter. Okay. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Man, that still wasn't tall enough. Jeez. There we go. This is definitely how IBM technicians always certified these, for sure. Yep. This is why when you got one of these from Amazon, they'd tell you keep the box that they shipped it because they would need it for service. Oh, hold on. All right, I've got a some kind of solution for putting it upside down to work on here. Oh, it's difficult to get the arm over enough. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this a lot. This slides better than the other thing, though. Okay. While I have it in this position, though, let me see if I can recover this spring before it gets lost permanently. No? Ooh. I can't quite tell how it is attached on that end. Maybe I can just reattach it. Wow, this is hard to see. Yeah, I thought I was going to do this from the front or the top earlier. No, that's definitely not happening. Okay. Wow. I don't know if there is any way to see that at all. Now, I have a cowlick. It means that the hair like goes really flat in one spot. It's super annoying. Also, light shining down just makes it look worse than it is. Ah, come on. This is rough. Trying to see if I can get it visible at all for you guys. Yeah, it's safe to use a normal vacuum on this one, yes. That is true. I love how the flashlight always looks green. Wow. It sucks to get a view in here. So that's it right there. I need to get around this, grab it, and then pull it up, and it goes on this one right here. Okay. Boom. All right, first thing repaired. No clue what I'm going to do about the one that's just missing here. Maybe it's folded down and into the basket and I'll get super lucky or something. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything down there. I think it might just be boned. But we'll figure that out. I can see... Ugh, I don't like that. Need a higher CRI flashlight? Yeah. It's very, very green. One fixed down, 99 to go? Yeah. So, while I'm here, I can see the belt having kind of just collapsed and folded down in there. I don't really like that, but I can pull that out to get a little more slack. Oh. So it could remove there. I will keep that in mind. I don't think I want to do that, but that's good to know. I'm just going to pull the rest of the slack free, or taut, however you want to think about it. There we go. Okay, so that's now properly under tension. Interesting, it pulls on that. I'm going to guess that releases the same mechanism on the top. So if I pull on this, does this? Yeah, that does not. No, that feels like that engages about the same amount. Interesting. Huh. I thought it would do that. Oh well. All right, let's try and get this lubricated. Supposed to be hitting the focus button, not the aperture button. There we go. All right, now I'm not usually a fan of the dump oil on it solution. That's how you end up with this. That is just oil caked onto there. But this one really looks like it sucks. So let's dump some oil in there and hope for the best. I mean, that feels better, but it also kind of felt better once I flipped it upside down. So it's hard to say if that's an improvement because of the oil or not. I don't know, it does actually feel kind of a lot better. Oh, hold on. Is the black oozing out of here? Like when Emperor Zorg is talking to the evil goo planet Nu? Forgot there was someone trying to sell TI Silent 700 as an electric typewriter. That's hilarious. Oh, it's a lot worse at the extreme end. And then it kind of gums up the whole thing. Ooh. That's interesting. What's going on there? Well, I might actually be making an improvement here. Not thrilled that it was just oil it willy-nilly, but remember seeing the goo there when the stream started? Okay. This is a poll start, yeah. Okay, I am feeling good about that. That is potentially a second problem solved. I can go all the way to bottoming out, and it pulls it back now. So the bottoming out happens over here. You can see the bolt holding the end in right there. So I'm feeling optimistic. Okay, next problem. These and how the keys actuate. So, can I remove the front supports with how I have this up? I can. Okay. So, yeah, so it's rear and front. Okay. Let's identify which keys are sticking. Okay. I think, yeah, if I, okay, I'm understanding how this works. This is kind of cool. It's really finicky, but it's kind of clever. Okay, I see how to reset these. So if I can find this key, there we go. Where was it? Okay, so this is the key, all right? So let me find its neighbor key. Okay, so here's its neighbor key, all right? So when I press the key down, this uncovers that little peg. That would allow it to catch on the platen and roll forward. So to reset it, I need to hold it and then pull it back, and then that catches it again. So for this one, I need to push the key in, pull this back, and then it will recatch it. So that's how I can reset the keys. And I just need to make sure all of the keys have that little tab, like this one is also wrong. I need to push the key in and then push that tab back under to recapture it. So I'm going to go through all of these here, and any of them that have the tab exposed, that should do it. Okay, I'm enjoying this. You know what's really nice? Not having to deal with like, this driver's slightly slower than the other one, or this computer has some weird ports and things don't plug it. No, it's a typewriter. It types right, maybe. Dude, that little key thing's kind of crazy. I think I can do this without finding the keys, but it feels a little safer to do it by finding the keys. So this one is not fully captured. Okay. All right. Wow. So many keys were released. What I'm going to guess happened, why it was jammed, is there were so many keys at once on both sides that it kind of pinched this drive platen so that it couldn't move at all. And then it might have been slipping in here. I'm really nervous that this may have heated up and like melted, and now it doesn't have as good of a connection, but we'll find out. This wouldn't be the first IBM typewriter to have primary motor drive issues. Ha 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 ha. This one, which one is this one? It's not that. Which key are you? Ooh, shift lock is kind of cool. You can guess there's supposed to be a bottom cover and things pushed in it. No. So if you just press on the keys, that happens. So unpowered, this could have been monkeyed with or had something resting on top of it. Can I wiggle this? Ah, it's spacebar. There we go. Okay, top side. So here's this one, which looks a little weird, but I think it's actually fine. Okay. These ones seem different. The tabs are all way farther down. Ooh, what was that? I released a thing. Okay, do I need to release a thing on this one? Perhaps no, that looks fine. Okay. I think I might be safe to apply power to it now, because I believe the drive roller is free. No, this one hasn't been done yet. That one's a lot more locked than the others. So this one, I can't seem to get the key to go as far back. It's possible that I released something down here and it now wants like a full motion of travel. It's hard to say. I don't like that. Some of the keys over here are engaged too. So spacebar is still engaged, as is, I don't know what that other one is. Nothing else there is, but definitely that one is engaged. So I need to figure out how to disengage this. Are these the same shape 180 degrees apart? So if this rotates around, does it... Oh, I just realized I am 100% right back here. That's unfortunate. I don't know how I'm going to solve this. But we'll get to this in a little bit. Hopefully fixing some of the other stuff will fix it. So I have some wiggle room there. We can see the shaft does not move on the motor. It is loose. If I push it a lot, you'll see even the windings inside the motor move. But there... Is it this peg? Does that interlock with this? Oh my gosh. Oh, is this some kind of... Oh, that's wild. That's a cotter pin that's stuffed through and then bent around. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's actually going to be fine. There's just some backlash. Okay, man, this thing is weird. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. I saw the backlash on there and I thought it was loose. No. It's totally fine. Okay. Huh. It doesn't look amazing, but it'll work. I still need to solve this. I'm wondering if it needs a full rotation to just get it out of its system or not. But I don't know if I can do that. Oh, I should have realized this. Okay, there's a slight difference in how these work over here. Because this rolls, it pushes down over here, but it pulls up over here. So the pin latch mechanism is going to be upside down over here. So I don't know. So they all seem free though. So maybe that's not an issue. That's weird. Okay. Mr. Poolshot, so it was I don't think that that's the right call because it was clearly grinding against these. And I don't want it to just wear a hole through it. I mean, I could turn it on for a moment just to see what it does. But I don't like that it was clearly interfering with it a lot. Hand cycle it? Well, that's the thing, is I can't. Or maybe I can. That's backwards. Okay, here we go. Oh, that takes so much friction. Oh my gosh. So that, wow, that really slams into it. Is anything moving in the basket? Now I have to know that. Okay, let's put it back on its side. Because that should be trying to push a hammer up from the basket.
Tier 1. They've subscribed for 52 months, currently on a 52-month streak. And says, will this typewriter run to? End of line.
No, it will not. Hiram, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 52 months there. I appreciate that. No, wait. 52 is this. That's 52. Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. There. Okay. Okay. Anything? Oh, a hammer is moving up in the basket. Okay. I'm going to try and remove the cover. It's kind of a pain in the butt. But you can see here, there's a hammer moving. Supposedly, they didn't do that when I first picked it up, so that could be an improvement. I'm going to go out on a limb and just guess bending this with that is how you're supposed to do it. Okay. All right, so we can see the hammer. The basket is disgusting. I will get to that in a bit. Whoa, what is that? There's some kind of crazy butterfly thing going on here. Not butterfly like an Oliver, but I don't know. It's this. I have no idea what that is. Is that what kind of like flings it up? Maybe? Huh. That's weird. Also, I love how I'm talking about an Oliver like any of you know what that is. I'm the only one here who actually likes nerding out on this stuff until Philip gets here. Okay. I'm going to continue to hand cycle this and see where it gets. All right. It struck-ish and released. Okay. It is no longer engaged. The spacebar one over here is still engaged-ish. There we go. Okay. There we are. That one's engaged, though. You know what? I think I'm willing to turn it on now. It seems like it moves freely enough that it might be worth a risk. Okay, let's try it. This is the power switch. I have no idea which position is which. So we're gonna just find out. Now, it's possible it's gonna move the instant I put power to it. So I'm going to bring power switch up here, turn it off, plug it in. Okay, here we go. Didn't do anything. Don't like that sound. Okay, it was definitely still grinding on something. That sounded really bad. Made a lot of smell in a short amount of time. Yeah, it's still trying to interfere or interface with that. Why? Is there some kind of power space lock being held? There is nothing to magic smoke. Tab set, clear tab, margin release. There's this. I have no idea what that is. I'm going to turn it on while watching, see what it does. Okay. It's definitely still dragging this. Maybe it's just fine. Wait, is it working? Is it good now? Why did it sound so horrible when I first turned it on? Okay, let's see this again, because that sounded great. And then that sounds horrendous. What is going on? Is it just really rattly? No. Okay, so pressing a key did not work. And that key will now be, that was H. It didn't release the tab though. If I do it on its side, no. Why does that work? Waiting for his hair to get sucked into this. Does it grind on the table? It's not really grinding. It's kind of like a rattling. But the thing is it could be from being isolated. Because here it's on the thing. Oh, that feels okay. That does too. What's the problem? Turn it back on and start to lower it. Might just be vibration transfer. Yes, but we're still not getting a key to press. You know what? Okay, we're going to try one thing. I'm going to put it back down. I'm going to turn it on. No carriage return. Okay. What is carriage return doing? When it's In this orientation, I get hot electric motor smell. Like the brush is not having a good time smell. So I think there is something pulling in this orientation that is causing a problem. Okay, so there is the power advance. Where does that connect and why is it not work? Oh my gosh, the film ribbon just gets annihilated on here, or fabric ribbon on here. Jeez, or it's been through a million times. Maybe it's that one. $120,650. Hold on, this could be interesting. I want to find the Typewriter DB page on it, because they have a table of serial number to years. One moment. Okay, so IBM serial numbers. So we need to go down to model 01. So mine is probably here, 1946. So it might be a model 04 from 1946. It seems a little odd, but maybe. Let me go look at that one more time. Because they don't have that like first 3-digit part. So this, I believe, is the serial number. So we got 111 and then 120,650. Then over here, 120,650. Would have to be in this range, 1946. Interesting. Okay. Model A's introduction date, but it's not a Model A. The Model A looks exactly the same as the Model B. And the other weird part is, why does mine still say Electromatic on it? Maybe it's because it's in an international. I don't know what that means either. The other weird thing, and this is something that you won't understand unless you're a typewriter person, it has a 1 key. That's real weird. You liked it better when you thought it predated the nuclear age. Well, I still need to figure out where carriage return is going, because that is jammed, and that's probably our issue. I'll stop recording for a bit while I try and work through that. Okay. Lowercase L? Well, it's more I that you'd use, I believe. Okay, so carriage return is here. It doesn't move at all. So where does that linkage go? Wow, it's like super ultra stuck. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, that is for the hub for the return. So that's power return. What is this? That's shift. Okay. Name IBM was adopted in 1946. Oh, interesting. Okay. So then this would be the first model named IBM. It would actually be the first IBM then. That is kind of crazy. Serif on both. Yeah, I know. One key removes having to use lowercase alpha numeral, but the big question, does it have an exclamation point? No, because that was, I mean, no one was excited back then. What'd you have to live for in 1935? Come on. 1946, even more so. Cars still sucked. There were no computers. No one was happy about anything. What are we gonna do? Go read a book? Ugh. Here's the thing. It just, oh wait, it is pushing on that. So it's related to this thing again. There are no computers that regular people could use. Come on. Okay. So why? Ooh, that's curious. This did not want to move at all at first. Okay, so this spins this way, which would pull it that way. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure removing the drive roller, whatever, is like... Oh, maybe it's extremely easy. We'll check that out in a moment. Okay, so the carriage return linkage goes to this, which goes to this gear, which also goes to the thing up there that we were messing with, trying to relubricate. This is really difficult to get to spin. It's either jammed or has some other cam action that needs to happen for it to work. So I'm not sure. I could potentially split that or not. So I need to see more about what is going on with this, because that not working is a sign that something is jammed up. Now I just noticed there's a release lever down here, which might make it, yeah, really trivial to drop the roller. No, hold on. Get the roller out. Yeah. Okay. This, okay, is... That could use some lubrication. Well, no, that does not completely directly connect. Unless it's being pushed on. Okay. So this clearly spins. I can easily... Ooh. That's curious. Why is it... Oh, it might be trying to engage with that because some pressure is being put on there. Okay, let's try and run it without the roller on the table and see what noises it makes. No, the roller looks fine. I could do this so you can actually see me over there. And then I will make sure that the chair is not in view. Okay, so now, still horrendous sounds. Okay. Good to know. Sounds and smells bad on its side. Seems, or on a flat surface, but it's fine here. It's so weird. Okay, so I can cycle that. Well, that might be better now. It's hard to say. What key is this? That is F. Why does it stick out more than the others? That's weird too. This thing, this is just crazy, man. I love this. This is such a weird solution to this. Oh my gosh. It's wild. All right, I want to try something. I want to see if the horrible sound happens horizontally while it's isolated. If it is a problem with the orientation of gravity and it will happen without being translated through the desk, or if it is just always there. So we're going to isolate it. I think that sounds worse than when it's on its side, right? Oh, way worse. Curious. Is there something gravity fed going on? Also, oh, these are, well, that was certainly not helping the hammers. Gosh, I didn't even think about that. When we got the one hammer to move up, I noticed like, oh, there's a little rubber thing that they're all resting on. Yeah, they're all stuck to it. The rubber is liquefied, and they're all jammed on it. So that's not helping either. It's possible I could type on this now after removing that. I'm going to make sure they all lift clear. Yeah, this was glued in and it's shrinking, and it's also cupping and pulling them up now. So that's cool. Not at all surprising the rubber has turned to goo? Okay, tell me why it's not surprising that that turned to goo, but not the platen. I don't know how we're dodging so many bullets on all these typewriters that the platens are all perfect. I've never seen one with a sticky platen, but all this other rubber is always bad. I don't get it. Different rubber formulation, but why? That's the thing. That always blows my mind, that this is one kind and then this is another kind. I assume more expensive, whatever, yada yada, but like still, that minor difference, these are all safe. Is it a power shift? Because why does that not ka-chunk with that? It's got to be a power shift. We are lowercase on the bottom, or in the natural position, or in upper position. Okay. Let me see what moving the basket up and down changes on the bottom. This. Can I feel that? No, I can't feel that in the shift key at all. So that's a pure power function. That's wild. So tab set and tab clear, not power. Go directly to the back of the unit. That's easy. Margin. I don't know that. And then there's still a little weird. Oh, that's the ribbon direction. Okay, I can ignore that. And then in stencil out. I have no idea what that is either. All right. I would like to know which hammer is missing the spring, though, so I can know which key to avoid. S. Of course, because I would never print S. It's also the only one that's not locked. That's kind of weird. Oh no, it's not that it's locked, it's that weird butterfly mechanism. Had a 2-color ribbon? That was pretty common. So if you can do 2-color ribbon, the little guide thing will move up and down, kind of like the basket. That bottom roller has been out a lot. There is a significant amount of scratching on the little spring thing that holds it in. Okay. That's curious. So it's labeled carriage return.
Lomo says CHEER 100.
I guess you have to use it sideways by your command.
Laumo, thank you for the 100 bits. So there's carriage return, but no line feed, and it's a power roller. Obviously, you can just come up here and reach and turn it. What is jammed? I think there is something jammed in the line advance. I want to see if there's a release mechanism for the carriage. So we know how to release the belt. So what does this look like? Yeah, belt's doing... Ah! The belt over here... Hold on. Belt over here is doing a whole lot better. So at least there's that. Ooh. Can I see anything here? There's no way it just ends right there. Fill bucket with simple green. Walk away, just walk away. Yeah. I don't see it at all. How does it connect? Different sizes. Those are not interchangeable, the platens. Oh, is that retained? Fancy. Those aren't always retained. Oh, are these the margins? Yeah, I think those are the margins. Interesting. Tab clear. And just pull that aside. Wipe all that. Yeah, so locks on those. Ooh. That sounds terrible. Does that sound terrible independent of this? Oh, never mind. I know why it sounds terrible. I'm an idiot. Okay. Is that manual advance? Or paper or power advance? Man, it would be really cool if I had, like, you know, a manual. This has multiple positions. That doesn't make sense. It can't advance because the power roller, whatever, is not in there. Oh. Why? That should be paper release. Oh, not retained. Or at least removable in the lower position. Okay, wow, that's a lot of crud. Okay, maybe it's time for a little bit of cleaning here. Good grief. There's a whole ancient civilization down there that died. Where are all my vacuum tips? That's not good. They're kind of missing. Oh, this might be useful. Oh, we'll try this. Let's just get the key basket while we're doing it. Get it all over with. Okay. think that'll do for now. I don't think that was causing any issues, but it was really bad. There's still, actually, I want to get up in that. I didn't think about that. You can get keys jamming in here. This corrosion is also not a good sign. Okay, call that for now. Okay, also, while I have this up, this is bugging me. Oh, it's a lot harder where it's curled over. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's a big improvement, though. Okay. All right, still no real idea of what the problem could be, though. That moves fantastically. I have no concerns about that. Big concern about the missing spring, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Man. Okay. Let's continue investigating. It's really blowing my mind that this doesn't connect to anything, and neither does this. I think there's still a big jam in here somewhere. I think that the power roller wasn't it. Yes, there will be a video today. It's actually already automatically scheduled. So I don't even have to remember. That's too thick. That'll do. Ooh, what's going on with this one? So, moving these moves the basket correctly, or the hammers out correctly. So that's fine. And those would move as the key puts it into this position where it grips and then spins. This one is a bit of a mystery, Because this key, it's like it's locked. Why would it be locked? What if? It should have to reset the carriage, and it might lock the keys until the carriage is back into position. So it's possible it could not like that. Ooh. What did that do? Yeah. I want to put the power roller back in. Oh, I'm going to lubricate that a little. It needs it. That feels a lot better. So diagnosis repair going? It is going. It is still ongoing. We've definitely identified and fixed some faults, but there are some that elude us still. Okay. Ooh, why was that engaging? Okay. Should have seen that coming. Okay, so that works. Curious. Backspace works. Whoa. Huh. After some more testing, manually turning power off and on, space works, backspace works, most keys don't work, but some do. How weak do these seem? That's strong. That one's okay. Shift works. That does not work. Curious. How about far Q works? I hear them engaging with the roller, so it's not that they aren't making contact. It's that they aren't being allowed to move. So why would some not be allowed to move? This part is being recorded. Never used an electric typewriter. What the advantage is? It's electric. You don't have to push as hard or as rhythmically. Old oil? I don't know. Maybe it might just be a lubrication thing. Man, if that's it, this is gonna suck. That's gonna be full tear down. Ugh. Let's solo out one key. How about A? A doesn't work and I hear it engage. Let's solo out A. See if lubricating anything on that makes a difference. But I feel like we're still getting some inconsistent things happening. And I still don't like the sound that it makes when it's flat, as opposed to this. That sounds fantastic. Okay, A is this key. Oh no, this is straight up doesn't roll. It was locked. Oh my gosh, I think they're all just slightly jammed. Hold on. So now that moves. This one doesn't, but if I just cycle it back, oh my gosh. Wow. No, these are really bad. They're fine, but they're not doing good. Gosh, it's so complicated. Good Lord, it's like the comptometer of typewriters. Which makes sense, they're about the same time period. So each one of these has this bar in here. Hold on, let me make this stop swaying. Oh man, I love how dirty my fingers are now. So each one of these has the part that spins that interferes with the power roller, whatever it is. And then you can see this little bar here. If I spin this backwards after breaking it free, the bar can move really slowly. Did you see that? Now it's moving fast. But let me spin this one and then watch how slowly it moves the first time. So break it free. And that one moved fast too. So I think I need to just go through and actuate each one of these because these are now rolling. But you can see this one does not roll until I really put pressure on it. Oh my gosh, that one's super stuck. Rolls, rolls, rolls. Oh my gosh, now it rolls. Yeah, so I need to go through and actuate each one of these. They feel fine once they've been actuated. So I think they just need to be moved at least once. Section 3, page 4 of the manual that doesn't exist. I want a full loop, each one of these, forwards and backwards. Well, that one feels so much better than this one. I really don't want to have to just hose this down with oil. Let's vacuum this. Manual PDF was linked. What? Where? Well, I didn't see it, so it's not real. Okay, let's keep trucking. Oh my gosh. That one's pretty bad. Couple actuations and it's okay. Ooh, that one's rough, but coming to. Apparently, there is a service manual for this thing. Okay. Well, I will look at that in a bit if I get stuck after this. Well, yeah, that was when they used leaded gasoline, so that was going to work a lot better. I think the oil is fine. They just got seized from having not been used for so long. It seems to be waking up just fine. Whoa. These are such complicated little pieces. Holy moly. This isn't going to answer why carriage return isn't working, though. Unless he... Gosh! Oh, wow! That one's ultra bad.
AFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5SICHER 100 I guess you have no choice but to look for an old extinguisher to get the carbon tetrachloride. Remember to not get it on you or breath the fuse though.
End of line.
Instantly way better. Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know why I need a weird old dangerous fire extinguisher. Oh, no, that was the wrong one. There we go. Gosh, if this is how this thing is all over the whole thing, I'm in trouble. These are very stiff to start with, some of them. That's curious. What is that? Tab. Okay. And those are good.
Cartoon says CHEER 100 Shelby's in trouble. Must be Saturday.
End of line.
Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. There we go. Let's see what that's like. I'm going to go ahead and clean the power roller, too. It's a real shame how damaged this is in some parts. But oh well. Okay. All right. See what that's like now. This should be very different. Still sounds awful. Hey, that's the key that doesn't have the spring. It still works. Okay, W is seized. 1. Not so great. 2. Oh, why is spacebar not working anymore? Oh. No, they're not all happy. So that, I again hear it engage, but it's not actually going. It's not a smoky smell. It's... If you take a drill...
63 raiders from Blacksamon have joined.
End of line.
You see this in there? That? Do that, smell that. That's what it smells like. Black Simon and Raiders, hello and welcome. Today we are working on an IBM Electromatic Model 1-ish. This range extended from Model 1 to Model 10. And mine is somewhere in the middle. Around 1946 is when this particular example seems to have been made. But these started in 1935. And this is essentially the first consumer product that IBM ever made. So this badge would go on right there to show that. So we're trying to restore it. I've got paper advance, or the carriage advance. Well, that was working.
For a tune of gifting 5 tier 1 subs.
There we go.
Says community, they've gifted a total of 37 in the channel.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs there. I really appreciate that. So yeah, we have some carriage advance working and some keys working, but other keys are not working. And the way the whole thing goes together is ridiculous. So I'm trying to identify one issue at a time to resolve. And currently the keys not behaving the way I want them to is what I would like to look at. So, H. Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's still oil. I think it's just a lot more complicated oil. Oh, no. So if I take out the power roller here, there's an additional element to how these work. The rotation is one part. The other part is this movement that actually swings the hammer. So, A, that's real easy, versus H, that's real not easy. And that's like the whole typewriter. Doing this is what swings the hammer. It's a consumer product, you buy it in a shop. I don't know exactly how it would have worked, because we're talking like 1946, so I mean there were stores. You might have to mail order it. Get your IBM typewriter through your Sears catalog kind of situation. Man. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to actuate all of these. So, one moment. That feels fantastic. Good. Little tighter. That one feels better. 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 Not good. That one's tough. Ugh. By the way, this hurts. Because it's a real sharp piece of metal on the thumb. Oh, this one's on the end are so much better. Wow, that was really nice. What is that, shift? It's not carriage. It's not tab. Oh, it's space. Yeah, one of the few ones that actually like works. That's shift. You don't really want to douse the entire thing in oil though, so trying to avoid doing that. Wow, that's a lot of surface area of metal contact back there. It's gonna be one of those days where I just have to shave my fingernails down to the nub after, because I will have destroyed them. I have a feeling I shouldn't be flipping all of these, but oh well. the very least, making it easy to tell which ones I haven't done. I'll flip them all back after. Oh. Yeah, that one just works. Man, this one just really hates me. There we go. I think there's just, yeah, that one actually needs to be cleaned. Keeps getting goobers back in it. Okay. All right. See where that gets me. Whew. Yeah, long story short, everyone telling me you need to do like full solvent clean. It's just not happening today. There is nowhere I can do that here. So you could stop recommending it because it's just not going to happen. This is not a garage. This is a literal office. I can't just go spraying a ton of chemicals all over, trying to just rinse it out and then re-oil it. It's not going to happen. All right. Still no? That doesn't seem right. That seems like something else. Can do it outside where I'm not on camera, where I might as well stop streaming. Because that's not going to be a quick process. Plus, I would have to tear it all down to get to the individual small parts, keep track of them. Hope the foam isn't making contact with the roller. You know, no, I don't think it is. Let's eliminate that as a variable. Actually, I see some flipped. Curious. So that's H. I can see it as partially actuated. Okay, I brought it back. Why does J look so funky? Yeah, Jay's not happy either. Some of these I don't hear making contact with the roller. Here, actually, this will help illustrate this. So that's the H key that is slightly askew from the others. So I'm going to put my fingers over F, H, J. So F actuates and rotates. J, or H, does not. J does not either and is also partially going. Can I wiggle it enough to get it to hit? There we go. Then it hit. So that it just needs to like drop into place. So maybe they aren't rolling well enough. But it moves so freely, though. J doesn't, really. J's not great. So... I want to look at this to make sure this roller here is not still dragging. So which one is that? Space. Which I think is fine. I did just notice we're not advancing the carriage. Oh, we're probably at the end of travel. Hold on. Yeah, now it's advancing. Okay. Aren't they individually springed? They're not springed rotationally. Because they just can't be, because they rotate always. So... I'm going to guess they just have too much friction. I don't fully... Well, there are springs up here that push in. And it could be that is weak on the F and H keys. But this is complicated, getting up into there. So we've stopped this rubbing that was causing this. This is deep enough that I can feel it, but it's no longer happening. So I'm less concerned about that. And it's space and it's still working, so we're good. Let me give you an idea of why I'm hesitant to try and lubricate the motion to get them to roll in. So, if I try to actuate one of these, let me remove the roller, which sucks. Great, the roller dropped in a weird position. There. Ugh. Ow! It's not bleeding, it's just dented. Anyway, look at how these move. So you see this gap behind it? The hinge is down inside of this. It's not the spring. So I can't put oil on this and expect it to work. The oil has to go down inside of this. And that is a big old chunk of metal that I don't know how you get to without removing a lot more type. Ow! Without removing a lot more typewriter. That was what I would call not good. I think it all survived just fine. But can you remove a lot more skin? Well, good news is the part that rubbed is the part of the cuticle that gets calloused over really a lot. So it rubbed on that, so it's fine. I think it actually ruptured a blood vessel under the skin, but it's fine. It's only internal bleeding. So how... Dude, this ribbon is so toast. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever seen one that has been used so much. Look at how tattered it is. It's all torn up. There's holes in it. And it's both sides. They flipped it. They got every possible mile out of this thing they could. There's a big old hole. A whole job. My gosh, that giant section of garbage. Man. Internal bleeding is not required. Telling your supervisor. Okay. Yeah, this serial number appears to be manufactured in 1947, but the general design is 1936. Yeah, it's really hard to keep it up there. Okay. It looks like any earlier and it would have been called an IBM, so I'd kind of prefer that. So we can see how it's supposed to work. It is possible it needs a cam adjustment. Ugh. So let's say I take one of these and I roll it forward like it's going to be actuated. So I'm going to take the part on the back and I'm going to undo it. So now you can see how much farther forward it's sticking out. This should be enough to catch onto the roller, pull it through, and then as it gets pulled, this part sticking out would push into the roller, which would push the hammer up and strike. So that is how it strikes, is pressing into the roller. Then it continues the rotation until it goes flat. So H is this one, which is sticking out, but maybe, you know what, maybe it is actually it might actually be a calibration issue. So next to it, let me free that key. Oh my gosh, that sticks out so much more. Well, I mean, this one could, it's just, it kind of stops moving. So if I relock this one, what key is this? That's N. And relock N and H. Here's H, here's N. So that is the same. But they can move farther forward. And perhaps when they're upside down, they would. It's a lot more resistance on this one still. Yeah, the resistance is here. Dude, that's not going to be easy. In order to lubricate that rotation, which if I'm doing one, I should realistically do all of them. We have this lever, which is part of it. We have the rotation itself. So, this moves so much better than the H key. Oh my gosh. It's not even comparable. I think I do have to lubricate them. All right, let's take a break and read the manual. I'm going to assume you guys put it on Discord. Oh, I've left the remote desktop running. I'm an idiot. Well, dropping the oil in means that you can redistribute the goo around too. So that's not the best solution. And thank you, Majenko. All right. It is OCR'd. Not that it matters. We have no idea what anything's called. All right. 263 pages. Okay. So, is this the general theory of operation? No, screw. That's not quite. Well, that's power switch. Okay, we don't want that. Impression indicator. Okay, so is this the governor adjusting screw for speed? Okay. Brushes, motor brush, screw cap. I'm a little nervous about that part. So I'm guessing this is threaded and somehow presses harder or not. But I don't know. Or maybe it's a clutch of some kind. Not sure. Doesn't matter. We don't need to mess with that yet. Internal wiring diagram. With the field, this is where the sheep live. The armature, that's where Factorio happens. It's yellow inserters only, though, so we haven't upgraded yet. Governor, that's where Arnold Schwarzenegger lives. Resistor, overclock typewriter when? I'm actually surprised that it has that. Because why wouldn't it just run at 60 hertz? Just like... Oh my gosh, they're really focused on this governor thing. Jeez. No one cares. If it spins, what does it matter? Yes, I will mention this. I have noticed there is a gargantuan capacitor in there. For some weird reason. I have never seen a capacitor in an electric impact device like this. At least I don't think I have. It is probably an oil cap. It's probably one of those horrendous, like, cancer capacitors, so we don't want to mess with it. It's one of those ones... I think Usagi had one blow up in the, was it in the Bendix? Or was it in the Centurion? I don't know. It was probably in the Bendix. Yeah, those are not fun. Oh my gosh, I really focused on this electricity stuff. I mean, I know it was like new or whatever, but geez, come on, guys. No one's going to care about this in 91 years. Worm drive, clutch assembly. Oh, that's what's in the roller. Okay, worm drive and clutch assembly. Yeah, the clutch is on the outside. Reduce speed reduction between motor and the power roller. Okay, power roller is the official term. Carriage unit exploded. Worm shaft is connected to the motor by a coupling, which is held in place with 2 cotter pins. Worm gear. I do hate this solution, but on the other hand, those being cotter pins, it means it's going to be a lot easier to repair in the future if I need to. So I can just get like a power steering hose or something and just like drill 2 holes in it and boom, problem solved. Purpose is to drive the camp unit. I love that they gotta explain. Okay, power roll. Roller turns continuously when power is on in the serrated surfaces of the cams when they are tripped by the operation of various key levers engaged with the rubber roller surface. When the cam is allowed to engage the roll, the cam turns around to operate the cam unit, which in turn operates the mechanism to which it's connected. I mean, that's usually how things that are connected to things work. Note friction and slippage result in wear. The cam does not slip on the rubber. The cam is pushed away from the rubber roller to move the cam unit. The knurl gears itself into the rubber roller. Lubrication of the power roller is filled 3/4 full of high temperature grease at the factory. Well, not anymore. And the grease ordinarily provides all the lubrication necessary without any further attention. Yeah, so I looked through it. It ain't full of nothing. Someone flushed that sucker out at some point. So looking at it, you can look down the roller. It's hollow in that metal tube where I lubricated the pin that goes in the other side. Yeah, so it is not full of grease anymore. Man, I bet that was smelly. See that? Shafts turns freely and the roller is in place and the machine adjusts screw to, ooh, hold on. See the shaft and adjust screw. Oh, I definitely know which screw that is for sure. Yep. Take up all play and then tighten lock nut. I remember that lock nut vividly as well. So what Vorpal Sword is saying is what I've been doing with trying to move stuff. So you can also do that if you just like break up the surface of it. But you can do that with the bearings and stepper motors as well. So once that red grease, yeah. Yeah, I'm imagining like suspension grease. You have the grease gun that you squeeze it in with. That's kind of what I'm guessing it goes, or they want in there. Let's see, the cover of the roller is made of the highest grade rubber, which will last indefinitely in normal service. If the roll does become scarred or worn because of improper settings of the cam, becomes hard through lack of use over an extended period, the roll should be replaced. I gotta be honest, it did not. It held up for 91 years. I think they did their job on the material selection there. The power roller runs out or wobbles after it's been replaced. Turn it around a half revolution. Power roll must run true for good print to work. Following rollers are used in the Typewriter Wiring machines, 20. All machines under 20,000. All machines 23,000 and up. Carbon ribbon attachment, special left-hand bearing for drive pulley. Hectoriter. Excuse me, what is this? I've never heard of this. That is the worst OCR I have ever seen. Oh my gosh. One moment. Hold on. That's like a ridiculously crazy thing. Hectoriter. I gotta know. This is weird enough. I'm gonna look it up on another monitor. One moment. Okay. It's all IBM. Typewriter 03 hectowriter modified to perform the function of a hectograph. Hectograph process was used for duplicating print. Mass would be type of a specific ink, which then be pressed on gelatine, which then serves as a medium for pressing additional copies. So a spirit duplicator? Is it like a built-in hectograph? What? Does it apply the goo? There's nothing wrong with the roller in that typewriter. We don't need to mess with that. Oh, there were actually some better pictures of these. It's really hard to find images. Oh, then there's a bajillion of them there. That looks that's cool. So yeah, it's interesting. So here you see Electromatic, no IBM, and then you'll see IBM, no Electromatic. It's where I think mine could be the branch point. Somebody clean it? Yeah, definitely, absolutely, 100% needs cleaned. I will not argue that. It needs cleaned. It's not getting cleaned that deeply today.
End of line.
Sick Boy, thank you for the Prime sub there and for the first time. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh, I rubbed my eye and I got like tiny little bits of oil on my hands and now my eye stings. One moment. Ah, there we go. So what they're talking about is some kind of paper duplicator thing. It's not like a numbering. So spirit duplicator, mimeograph, ditto machine, they were all names for similar things. Yeah. I'm the health and safety guy, and it's fine.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 no oil in your streamer. That's an OnlyFans thing.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Mr. Pullshot, I really think you're pushing too hard for the cleaning stuff to happen right now. Just gonna let you know that. It just can't happen in the office, that's all. I can take it home and I can do it there. I just cannot do it in the office. Okay, ooh. Oh, that's horrifying. I mean, I guess it makes sense that there's an adjustment screw like that. Is there... Why does that look like a spring, too, though? That's weird. keyboard chart. Okay, no 1 key, and there's still no 1 key, so mine, it's probably a little later than this. Last pressure is kept against wire, blah, 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 with another key levers and cranks drop out of their place. Okay, sure. Bakelite key buttons. Aw, yeah. New and old style of machines is necessary to specifically state the color of the buttons desired when ordering for service. That's hilarious. User, I'm actually pretty optimistic about this one. It really just feels like it needs a good clean. I think that's all that's wrong with it. All right. Here we go. This is, my gosh, it goes so far up in there. Holy moly. That's awful. Oh my gosh. That's so complicated. Yeah, see, this is the other part of why I'm not really crazy about just dousing all of that in oil. Because, yeah, oil and rubber are very big-time enemies. Cam units are mounted in 2 parallel rows on either side of the power roller. Each cam is normally held out of engagement. The roll, release lever, the upper end of the release lever being forked by the key lever. When a key is depressed, this lever releases. This release lever lug moves out of engagement with the cam lug. Spring finger on the opposite side of the cam rotates the cam so the serrated face contacts with the power roller. And the power roller rotates the cam 1/2 or full revolution depending on its kind. As the cam is thus rotated, its lobe comes back around against the roller, and the entire cam unit is forced to swing back on its bearing pin. In doing so, it pulls down on the connecting link, operates type bar or other mechanism in which it is connected. Look at the cam, engage the second lug, release the lever, second lug being immediately above or below the first lug mentioned, where the cam rests till the key is raised. Oh, no, Mr. Poolshot. I think I just saw what you're seeing. It's this. Oh, we should not need to adjust that. That should be fine. I think we just need to lubricate it. No. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. We should not have to touch that. No. So for those of you who see this and don't know, it's exactly how tie rod ends work on cars. Because that's something that everybody here knows about. So let me put it in a different context. Try doing it at someone else's desk, yeah. So let me there is cable tensioner. Here we go. This will make more sense. So, imagine you are putting together, why can't I get like a good shot of this image? Stupid, fine, just go to homedepot.com, I guess. Imagine you're putting up like a tree or something and it's gonna be windy and you want the tree to not like blow over, and you're using guide wires, all right? So you put this hook on one side where your wire is, and then this on your mounting thing. And then this is effectively a nut, and then these are threaded. So you twist it. I love how they show it getting so corroded there. That's a good idea in your product photos. You twist it, and that pulls or expands it. It shrinks or expands the space. So that appears to be what is going on here. This is the threaded piece. This is the nut. I'm guessing. And if that is how it works, we really shouldn't need to do that. It should be impossible for that to come out of calibration. It's not like a screw where it can back out. Because it's held onto a pin on both sides, it should stay the correct space all the time. And one of the threads has to be left-handed too? Yeah. Yeah, so this is the kind of vertically... Gosh, it's so complicated in there. Ugh. I haven't even seen the calibration thing yet. Review questions. Oh no, there was a test. I wasn't paying attention. Mainspring. I think we got that taken care of. Yeah, I don't think it's worn that much. I agree that a half turn might solve, like, the spacebar is the worst by far, and I don't think it's need to be adjusted. So I'm guessing link 19 here. Bell cranks are harder than tempered, consequently break easily. Fun. Never bend or adjust bell cranks unless absolutely necessary. Rear extension, what they're calling. I would like to find the part where they describe adjusting that. Disconnect, adjusting link from the cam, using pliers when the link is disconnected, turning it to the right, brings the cam closer. That's it. There we go. Okay, adjustment. The double lobe cam unit should be set so that when the cams are in the normal position, their faces come as close to the roller as possible without touching it. This clearance should be checked between each lobe of the cam and the roller as follows. Cam units are set in relation to the power roller by adjusting links. Blah, blah, blah. When they are properly adjusted, release levers, double lobe should rest at the back edge, the lugs on the cams, or just strike the back edge and slip off and the cams are released. Releasing levers, single lobe should not fall behind lugs. This should be tried with the motor not running. Yeah, that would be a bad idea if they, like, touched. Bell crank has to be slang for something. Remove power roller, hold the tight bar against the cylinder. What is the cylinder? Disconnect adjusting link from the cam using spreading pliers. That also sounds horrible. When the link is disconnected, turning to the right brings it closer. Farther. Yeah, we are not doing any of that. Absolutely not. Okay. Here's my plan. We identify all of the weak keys. We put a very small amount of oil on the center pin of the cam, so this, like one drop. And then I actuated a bunch. And then that's it. For bonus points, I could put a drop of isopropanol in there first and then use the air compressor to try and blow it out, but there's so little space. I mean, it looks like, oh, it's nice and easy, just get to it. But keep in mind that in reality, they're all crammed right up against each other there. There's no real room. So, you have a needle applicator? It has a needle on it already. I'd actually put the 3-in-1 oil into a needle applicator and only use it that way. That's how I'm going to get 1 drop on there. This is critical that we don't put too much oil, because like it covered, you can't have oil in contact with the rubber roller because it will harden it. They say it rots. That's not what will happen. In practice, it will harden the rubber, and then it won't grip as well. It'll slip, and then it will also crack, and then it will definitely not work. And then once that power roller goes, gone, donezo. All right. Mineral spirit speed period correct, or IBM cleaning fluid. I mean, yeah, if we had access to every material ever, we don't. We got 3-in-1 oil, that's it. This is one of those times where I could decide to stop and go buy something else, but I also don't really think that we need that. I think the 3-in-1 oil will be fine. Okay. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to do a recording to catch everything up. All right, after reviewing a bunch of... Oh, hold on, let me refocus. All right, after reviewing the service manual, I think on the ones that are sticky like this, where this doesn't spring back on its own, so compare that to this, I need to go in here and oil the center pin for the cam on all of them, which is going to be a huge pain in the butt. So I'm going to try and just get like a single drop of oil in here on the center of that, and then I'm going to just move it back and forth and do that. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to go through, I'm going to check all of them, because they have to be as snappy as that. If they're lethargic like that, I think they just won't engage with the power roller correctly. So I'm going to have to go through and just check that for all of them. And I might want to even do a full cycle on them, make sure that it's the same on both sides here. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a lot. That needle is giant. It really isn't. This stuff is just small. All right, here we go. Let the fun begin. Okay, so I gotta be snappy. This is so bad. Oh my gosh. This is gonna take an hour. Still not as snappy as I would like it to be. Yeah, I was in Desiac's car for that long, and that didn't help. Unless he strapped it to the back of his motorcycle. Well, this is going to be progress. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Should I just assume we're going to have to do it to all of them? Because it's kind of feeling that way. I can barely get the needle in between these, thankfully. Yeah, I don't think I want to try repairing a watch. I think I'll just throw it away to buy a new watch. Casio, Gonzo, Rolex, Gonzo, I don't care. They're so bad. Like, it's not even possible for the ones that are adjusted to get stuck in the wrong position. That's how different it is. Oh, man. You hate this stream? I want to reach through my screen and just touch everything. I will admit, it's pretty satisfying to touch. There's a reason that I really enjoy typewriters. I am what would be considered a kinesthetic learner. Getting my hands dirty literally works for me. There we go. That's doing a lot better now. Oh, that was the one I'd already done. So now this one, oh my gosh, it's garbage. What about a telewatch? Is that one of them ones where you point it at the monitor like the Seiko and then it programs it? I'm good. Okay, which one's the next one? This here. I want you to see how tight it is to get it lubricated. So this is the next one I need to do here. And in order to lubricate it, I need to move the space between the two cams, jam the needle in there so that it's on the center pin, get the oil to apply to the center pin, and then you can see it there, but then as I work it, you'll see that it gets absorbed down into the bearing. I may have put too much in there this time because I was trying to film it. But you can see how the oil gets in there. There should hopefully not be any, oh, there is a little bit visible between those. Okay, so I'm gonna have to clean out between all of those too to get any excess oil out. Lovely. Oh, this just gets easier and wow, you can actually see something wore. Something fell down in there and damaged his cam. Man, this thing is a crazy complicated beast. Wow. All right, that one's good. That one's good. That one's like ultra super duper not good. better. It's not like snappy like that one is. I figure the game's gonna need a cigarette, gosh. Ooh, wow, that one's tight. Not enough space to get in there. I think I'm going to slide a sheet of paper or something in between these to try and pull out the oil. Maybe I can get a paper towel in there. So I do not want to let that extra oil like get down onto the cams. It would be lay bad time. Okay, that one seems okay. That one's the H1. I think we passed that. That was this one. That seems like that's flipping forward more now. It's not perfect. But even, say, this one. Which key is that? That one. That one can get stuck, too, a little bit. That one's one of the better ones. Really bad. Where's my coffee? So I think I'm going to do the thing I was doing earlier, leave these flipped the other direction so I know I've gone through them. One of these seems bad. That one needs redone. Okay. That one seems okay. That one's calibrated weird, but whatever. That one's okay. That one's okay. Okay, the ones towards the ends, we're doing better overall. That one keys a little bit. Okay, we'll do the second to last one. Oh, just way down there. Gosh. Can't see anything. I'm so looking forward to this need to be done in all of that as well. I need one of those C3PO oil baths. All right, that whole side done. Now let's look at the other side. That one's good. That one's okay. And that one's terrible. So how's your guys' days going? Anything fun happening? Hopefully you weren't stuck wiggling bits on a typewriter like I am. Well, you got going on? That one's okay. Got a 2GS from eBay today? Nice. Atari STE died. Uh-oh. I still got to figure out what's going on with the color monitors from my ST. I can't remember. Did the second one have an issue too? I feel like it did. Because the color monitor I got with my ST roasted. And we even recapped it. It didn't come back. I don't know what's wrong with it. But the other problem with the Atari ST monitors is there's 3 manufacturers for the 1204, and it means like one service manual does not account for all of them. So trying to find repair information is really hard. I found a monochrome monitor for the ST locally, and I was really tempted because there's applications that can only run on the monochrome monitor. It's kind of like a PC, MDA, CGA. They're just different. But they wanted like $300 for it. I just can't imagine spending $300 on a monochrome ST monitor. Like, what on earth? 5-volt rail is 2-volt. Figured out it was power supply. Got it live again. Very jankily patching 5-volt random USB. 12-volt. Okay. Too hot to use the desktop. Need to stay in the room with the working AC. I can't blame you there. Old friend swap out. 85-inch TVs in a pub. Oh, so scared of dropping them while lifting up on the wall mount? Yeah, I can see why. Jeez. All right, this time we're going to solvent this one. I'm going to get a little bit of isopropyl in there. Let me get a paper towel so I can put this under the bad one to catch any alcohol that gets through. So we're in GW basic fonts in XT clone. Ooh. Schematics for 8080 sport chips. All right. It's like one of the most annoying parts of having to do electronics projects. Like, this has been around for 40 years, but I still have to add the symbols. There's just no good solution or doesn't fit your project. It's always so frustrating. Oh, this one's really bad. Yeah, this one I really want to flush. Yeah, look at all that goo I'm getting out. I'm going to turn on the air compressor. I'm going to need that. Geeziak, Chloe's the one getting paid. This was a pub, getting paid in beer. I think that would be, you know, preferable. That made a huge difference on that one. But now it's not oiled. Cat has the 8080, doesn't have symbols. Ah. 2JS came with some software. Original manuals too. Nice. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and get one full charge in. Hello, hello, return. Have we broken it yet? Actually, we've made some fairly reasonable progress. We're just doing this part. Hold on. Spiders, you are officially evicted. So we're getting gook out of the cam bearings that engage the power roller because they're very lethargic. Look at this one, how slow that is to respond versus this one that I just cleaned. It's nice and sharp. And then that is what is keeping some of the keys from engaging. We actually got keys to work, Ben, since you missed that. So we know it can function. I think we have not seen power paper advance yet. So there's still that. But we're getting close. So I'm just going through and relubricating and cycling every single one of these stupid cams so that the thing will actually, you know, function. There are spiders stent free. Gosh. Previous job, sold large TVs like that, but I used to have to wheel them out, help put them in people's cars and not miss doing that. Yeah, no, that would be not fun. What percentage of people do you think had eyes bigger than their car was loading capability was and had to return the TV on the spot because they had no way of getting it home? Because I feel like that would be a real thing. That would happen a lot. May or may not have come within moments of managing that at IKEA last year. Yeah. Higher than you'd want to believe. Yeah, I had a feeling. Walmart happened every day. Should have just had ratchet straps next to the TVs in the center aisle. Let people put two and two together, come up with their own solution. You're not saying they should do that, but you know, if they want to buy a television and a ratchet strap, that's on them. Did I have to return due to the screen getting damaged somewhere between being sent out, delivery, and restore? Oh, that's awful. Okay, this one looks bad, but it moves okay. I'm going to go ahead and lubricate it anyway because I don't trust it. I think it's full of rubber goo. Flippy disks in a Goose Weasel. Interesting. I've never encountered a flippy disk, so I don't know how common those are to need to read. Actually, I forget. What systems even use a flippy disk? Is it just a Lisa?
100. I went to collect a 26U rack once. PMG pellet. They asked what I was driving. Ford Focus. No way. They walked out. You didn't say it was the estate.
End of line.
Also, nice. The saloon Focus. That's the way to do it. Dude, I have seen 2 of those ever in America. They're awesome. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Flippy disk was on any single head system. So, can you just flip the disk in the drive then to read it? Oh, I know, Ben. I'm very well aware of those Ford Focuses. Yeah, wagon is typically the term that we use here. There's no real good term for it other than what everyone wants SUVs to be. That one needs a little help. That sucks, flare spire. And there we go. Alrighty. All right, let's give it a shot. Is that all already flipped? No, that's the opposite of the way it needs to be. You know, I'm going to cycle these all by hand one more time here just to make sure they feel good, and then we're ready to try this. So, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep. Oh, those are feeling way better. I do need to floss them out with the paper towel still to make sure that it's not just going to spray oil all over the roller. So I will do that in a moment. Oh, this is way better. So much work. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. I think I can do two at once. Wow, nope, can't do two at once. This sucks. Okay. Can barely do one. Wow, that one had a lot. I like how this is the only typewriter I've ever actually serviced. It is, without a doubt, the rarest one I've ever gotten. It's the only one I've ever actually bothered with. Well, that's not true. I did service my Smith Corona Galaxy Deluxe. I forgot about that. That one's jamming typewriter, too. There we go. Yeah, a lot of loose oil. Service might not be the best word. What? We're servicing it. Quiet. Oh man, this paper towel's not taking this well. Ugh. Ah! Stop falling. Ugh. Ugh. gosh. Huge pain in the butt to get this in between some of these. It's like, if it's not, how is this not servicing it? Nah, I'm pushing back on that. A service doesn't mean a full down tear down and restoration. Service just basically means preventative maintenance, and that's what this is. I didn't say it was a full service. Oh, it sucks. Some of these, the gap is a mile wide, and the others are like right up against each other. It's very inconsistent. Talking in the agricultural sense? No, we're talking in the service manual kind of sense. Holy moly, I hate this. This sucks. Oh, gosh. Urgh. Sirs, you're not a claimer using period correct oil. Sorry, darn. I didn't say it was a good service. That's true, old one. This was absolutely required.
A good services followed by 15 love.
End of line.
It's a good serve, isn't it? For tennis. Chloe, thank you for 100 bits. Dunk this whole thing in an ultrasonic cleaner? No, because then I'd have to re-lubricate everything individually. I don't really want to lubricate what I don't have to. Unfortunately, I think I got to lubricate everything, but that's a different problem. I don't want to think about that right now. And I bought like the biggest ultrasonic cleaner I could. I mean, there might be bigger car part cleaners. I could look into that. But on the other hand, I still don't have running water here, so it's not like it's a real option. Oh my gosh. How old is the lube? Only 91 years. Actually, maybe 89 years. No, 79 years. Oh, since we found the serial number underneath of the ribbon cover, I'm less inclined to believe that there's a bottom cover that I'm missing. I think it's just open. Which is pretty common for typewriters. Oh my gosh. I'll put that one there. I need a new paper towel. Ugh. We're working on this tomorrow too. I don't really think we have a choice. Getting a lot of excess oil out doing this. It's absolutely required. I think that's going to be all of the parts that I actually had to put oil on. That's the last one. Let's just get it in there to speed. Completely sure. Come on. Yeah, good enough. All right. Oh, gosh. There we go. That's every single one fully surfaced. Oh my gosh, alrighty. So, I want little tabs on the back side on this one. I don't like how uneven some of these seem, but I'm gonna assume that that'll work itself out or not matter. Alright. Ugh. Let's power it up, see what happens. After we put this back in, of course. Bad roller. Alrighty. Blah. Smoke test time. I don't think this can smoke. I think it can explode and leak oil, shoot fire, but I don't think it can smoke. Since I haven't pointed it out yet, that is the capacitor right there. Oh, it's a solar capacitor. Oh, it's powered by the sun. Good thing. There's lots of sun here. Okay. Here we go. I have some regrets. Which one did I get backwards? The backside. Okay. Typewriter, you're mean. Is it completely flat on the back? Ish. Buying this typewriter? No, absolutely not. This thing's incredible. Okay, let me try this one more time. Goes in that way, which means it pulls up this way. Okay, basket is clear. Okay, so we got one booger. Oh, is that the one that was? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna manually cycle this. Gonna be one hammer. And it goes. Look at it. Oh, you're such a big, strong hammer. Wow. Okay. And now we're good. Oh, space and carriage just drag on it. They wiggle back and forth. I don't like that. Okay, here we go. It didn't blow up. I don't want to have to calibrate these. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? I really, really, really do not want to have to calibrate these. So that's going to be H and F, and the other one, oh no. Yep. Why is that one not working? The foam was not touching them. Well. Huh. So if I press them in, they manually cycle just fine. I believe press it works as good as it does. I kind of am too. So that whole twisty calibration hook tensioner thing is behind that metal plate, which I don't know how to get to. It mentions something about removing the power roller. But I don't think that gets me to it either. No. Unless, oh, no. Unless you splay those, pull the cam out of the way, and then twist it. So there's these things here. If you have to splay that and then rotate that after you flip this out of the way, I guess in theory that could be it. That sounds miserable though. So what's the issue? What's causing the problems? So H. What did we miss about the missing springs, by the way? Were they just lurking? One spring is missing on here, and I don't think it matters. It's a spring for pulling the hammer back, but it seems like the way that the action is designed, it just kind of comes back anyway. Pull the plug while the power's on, the keys don't lock. Oh, I did flip that, so that could be, yeah, that's what that was. Oh, God. That really does move a lot more freely than that does. I literally have no idea how I can oil the rest of that mechanism. Or if I should. Because if it's supposed to come forward slightly as part of that, this is the entire the key presses mechanism. Like, that swings the hammer. So, saying that it should pop out and then I need to oil the entire thing for that, it's kind of a lot. There's a little bit of backlash. There's backlash on that one too. What does the manual say? It doesn't really say much about this. It says something about calibrating some tensioner thing that we cannot see. That is deep in there. It's one of those potentially one way I won't be able to get it back together correctly kind of things. So I think you can see it better here. But also, it's probably not even it. It might be too significant of an adjustment. I really think it's more likely it's a lubrication issue. So down here you can see this better. So what I think you do to adjust it is, and I'm not going to actually do this, I'm just looking for my tweezers, which just vaporized apparently. There they are. So I think you open this up, you unpinch this from this pin that's on here, and then this piece will pull forward and out completely. It'll just rotate away. Then you grab this and you rotate it, and then this is on a threaded end, so this piece moves in and out, and then that sets the depth of the cam against the thing. So I could try and splay this on the ones that aren't gripping well, and then doing that. But depends on how fine the threads are as to whether or not that is going to be an action that's worth actually doing. So that is the thing that it says to do, but it also basically says you shouldn't have to do this. And that's not the kind of thing that's going to go out of spec from sitting. I know that, Vorpal Sword, I know. This part isn't going to matter for that. That's inconsequential. Whether or not it's in the hinges in places, that's a different story, but I also can't really get to those. So are those cams clean, or do they have rubber in the grooves? Saying the H ones, let's see. So some of them have a little bit. Here's H. So H is one of the ones that has a little bit more, but I don't think that it's so much that it would, like, slip off. Like, I really doubt that a lot. Yeah, that's the thing, is I might have to adjust them all. I could see it having shrunk over time. That would be more likely. I definitely don't want to adjust the spacebar one, since that's currently wearing a stripe into it. If anything, I want to adjust that one back. Maybe I should adjust that back. It's actually, the levers feel different. Let me put it this way. This one feels nice and loose and good. That one's fine. This one, which I believe is H, feels really tight. But again, it goes from there's one hinge to oil here to there's like 12. And they're everywhere. It's the whole, this is draw the circle, this is draw the whole rest of the owl kind of level of difficulty here. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not that it's full of that. I'm not going to clean them. Just not. That's not it. How can I add thickness to the power roller? That's not going to happen. I do think it's regrettably likely that it has shrunk, though, which is going to mean I need to recalibrate it. Okay, let's read the manual one more time. You buy a new one and they couldn't. I want to go look at the manual one more time. So this is the twisty part. We can see this end here. So adjustment. Link is disconnected. Turning it to the right. Oh my gosh, I hate right, left. Is it clockwise or counterclockwise? I'm going to assume they mean from the top. Turn it right clockwise. Brings the cam, closer to the roller. So that would be tighter probably on the bolt. Okay. So how thick is the power roller? We're not going to be able to replace it. It's not the same thickness as the platen, if that's what you're thinking. They're different. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to test whether or not I can actually do this. Oh my gosh, wait, is this just going to get pulled in? Wait, what happens when I splay that? Because that's what the spring tension is. Is that just going to disappear off into there? How do I prevent that from happening? Big heat shrink tubing? Oh my gosh. That would be a lot of thickness. That would absolutely require recalibrating them all. And if I can recalibrate them all out, I can recalibrate them in and just not deal with it. It would make them stickier. There's that. But hold the type bar against the cylinder. Link is disconnected. Hold the type bar against the cylinder. Oh, okay. So they're saying, like, let's say this key is A. Yeah, you push that up from the back. Okay. So for space, that's a little different though. I mean, there's this. I can do it here. I can also calibrate it from here, it looks like. That's another one of them splayed doodads. One moment. This. Do I have? I do. Okay. Let's try this. I'm removing it from the case, so I see a cast bit here that goes up to there. The motor is attached to. I don't know that it comes out of the case. The axle, the gearbox thing is mounted to the case. I'm pretty sure they're integral. Anyway, I'm gonna hook this on over here. Come here. Yeah, there we go. So that'll let me pull on that, and then I'm just gonna wrap this around, hook that to, I don't know, doesn't really matter there. Okay, so that's holding spacebar up. So, in theory, this sucks. Stop going that way. Gosh. All right. Okay. That should have moved it slightly farther away from the power roller. So space definitely needs to be further away from the power roller, so I don't mind attempting this on it. Oh my gosh, this sucks. Wow. Don't rotate. I don't want to lose the position. Also don't want to stab myself. Huh. This is not easy. Okay. Problem is trying to get it to display. It really does not want to. It keeps catching. Ooh, hello. Wait a minute. Okay, going in more and then backing out would work. Come on. Ah, there we go. Okay. Whew. So, how much did that get me room-wise? Keep in mind, that was touching the power roller before, at all times. So, let's compare now. It is no longer touching. So how much space roughly is that? Can I fit a piece of paper? No. Oh, it's possible. Oh, God. Oh. I kind of want to pull the other one out too now, because that's always touching as well, which is bad. Which one's H? Okay. You know what, let me really quick. Let me press H one more time. And I'm just going to Sharpie mark this. Never mind, that's not how life works. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. What's the roller made of anyway? It's like a platen. All right, so silver mark here. And then I will silver mark the other side when I can get it out. Well, actually, hold on. So we'll leave that. Now, can I fit... Interesting. Space is still the tightest, by far. Oh my gosh, maybe I really do need to calibrate them all. Oh, oh God. Oh, no. I can't really tell on the backside ones. Oh, man. Let's do just H. Oh, let's do it. First, I'm going to flip it around, mark the other side. Okay, using bungee cable to hold the hammer up. One moment. It has to be done in a way where it cannot screw up. Because if I lose the grip on that, then the calibration is screwed, and I may lose where the hammer even goes. Okay, so H held in place. Oh my gosh, here we go. Looks like we found our project for the next 6 months. Yeah, no kidding. Oh man. All right. Clockwise, half of one. Half a turn. Oh, that was so much easier than the space one. What? Huh. It's hardly perceptible how much farther out it is. Wow, it's a lot more fine than I would have guessed. This is the answer. This is how we fix it. Oh God. All right. So what gap do we want to use? I think a sheet of printer paper probably where we want to be. I think it maybe like space we need to be at a point where, why is that not interfacing? Hold on, that maybe wasn't a fair test. So space, yeah, does not touch. H, I can feel it. No, I can't. Never mind. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Maybe we want to be even closer. Well, for giggles, let's see if it works. This is the answer. Yeah, this is the answer we needed, but not the one we wanted. Yeah. Ugh. Need a feeler gauge. Yeah. I could bring some spark plug gapping gauges here. Are you just Amnesiac, what kind of gross feeler gauge you have? No. Do you get the Swiss Army knife tool set kind? Gosh, no. Coin. Pfft. Animals. I'm a little nervous about whatever this is doing. I'm gonna power it and just see what happens. Can't argue with that result. Can't argue with it. It's not advancing the platinum more, though. Why did that let go? No, it's not quiet. It's not healthy either. This is really bad that it's going back all on its own. I'm not sure what happened there. Something changed, and I don't know what. So, this Paul is responsible for catching on that and holding it, and it's like it just stopped doing it. Tabs are set on the back. That's usual for old typewriter like this. It's this comb thing. They get pushed forward. So clear them by dragging a little rake. Huh. Well, that is going to have to be something we get to tomorrow, I guess, because we're out of time. What the heck? Did I somehow bend it? It's like this spring. But it's also... Oh, hey, there's a bell. Here you go. Finally found the bell. The bell sucks. Why is it not catching it? So, Oh, hold on. It's the power space. The power advance. It's trying to actuate. There we go. Oh, that's all right. Well, we just got our first hint of how to work on that. The bell does not suck. My bell sucks. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. There's a YouTube video about some weird old stupid computer no one likes. That is definitely rubbing against the foam. Here we go. Dude, we're gonna make this thing work. We're gonna fix this. I know it. Okay, we'll pick this up tomorrow. Oh! That fully worked! There's no power space. Oh, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. I don't like the weird sounds that are coming from the motor. It could be that the bearings are just wrecked in it. I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's gonna work. Ooh, I'm excited. All right, well, tomorrow, I guess, we'll go through and we'll readjust every single cam on this stupid thing to account for the shrinking power roller. And then, yeah, but no, I think that was everything working there. So the little bit here, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? So as I go forward and then carriage return, this will go down. Oh, now it doesn't want to work. Oh, I see how you are. Oh, it did work. Okay, we may need to adjust that cam too. But this going down was the paper advance working. Yeah, and that's a novel feature for this. Oh my gosh, because it's power operated. That's the only thing. Whew, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. All right, well, that is going to be it for wrong button for now. It's outro time. All right, well, yeah. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Holy moly. We're gonna get this thing working. It's gonna happen. But we will continue that tomorrow. If you enjoyed today's stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again, which will be roughly 20 hours from now. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and you can now head over to YouTube and see all of the horrible nightmares of the 8514. My brain's already purging all that information. The 8514A video card GPU thing bundled up in one nice story. I really think that it's one of the better videos I've ever made because it was a lot of research and a lot of testing. It had one final last minute revision if you're a patron and you watched the early version. There's a slight difference at around 14 minutes. It's about a minute long. You might want to watch. It's pretty significant. But that's it for now. And I will see you all next time.